And good evening, everyone. This is Sound Effects 09 tonight, doing an improv stream tonight. This was not initially my plan for tonight to live stream again. However, it turns out, actually I think my microphone's not even on. I think my microphone should be on now. Hopefully it's using the correct microphone this time. But hello everyone, this is Sound Effects 09 doing an improv stream tonight. This wasn't originally part of the plan. However, I went to take a look at last night's stream after it was completed to make sure everything went okay. And I fucked up the audio. The audio was not good, and I realized my mistake. So we are going to use tonight's stream to not only clean up the Timeline of Fate, specifically chapters 6 and 7, we are also going to troubleshoot the audio and make sure this is right. So Obsidian, I'm going to need your help here. I don't know if it's picking up my microphone, because what ended up happening with last night's stream was it did not use the correct microphone for the stream. What it instead ended up using was my webcam microphone. So you guys were hearing my expensive computer being so darn loud, it was probably hard to hear me, and also probably picking up a lot of pop. I've got a pop filter on the way for our ATH M50X headset. Those should be coming in tomorrow. I'm hoping to have that ready for the next stream, which right now is either going to be Chapter 8 of the Timeline of Fate is on the Friday after it drops, or I am possibly proposing that we do a watch party for the Timeline of Fate Chapter 7 on Friday night. And what we'll do is we'll just watch all the cutscenes for Chapter 7 instead of playing through it, since we've already gone through the story and beat all levels on hard. So yeah, we'll see if we'll do that. I'll post a poll, I think, up on my YouTube tomorrow morning to see if there's any interested people wanting to see a watch party for Chapter 7 of the Timeline of Fate, for those who might be curious, or for those who don't play the game but want to see the story. So we'll see if we can do that. But right now, tonight's stream, first is a bit of a diagnostic. We need to find out if the audio is actually working fine. That's the first priority. And the second thing I want to do is also make sure my speakers are correct. I think another problem I had was my gameplay audio was way too quiet, like way too quiet. And that's because I set the desktop audio's decibel level to -10. And it basically made the game almost unhearable. You could barely hear the voice acting in the cutscenes, which that's on me. I think what we will do is I've set the desktop audio to -4.5 decibels, so about half what I set it to. And we're going to see if that's enough. What I'm worried about is I turn that way too up, and then the audio from the game overpowers my microphone. So we'll do some diagnostics. Okay, audio's back to normal. Hopefully you're right. We'll have to see how it sounds afterwards. But again, the error was that it was using my webcam microphone instead of my headset microphone, this M50X, which is, again, a fantastic headset. I want this to be my default whenever I do any of these streams. So I think why that happened was I forgot to check the settings for the webcam when I made the improv decision that I was going to use the webcam. I forgot to double check that. And then for the audio, I forgot to check that. I could have done that all here. So I'm still a OBS noob as a result. So we'll kind of see tonight how things go. We won't be going through the story mode again until Chapter 8, but we'll see what we could do tonight. I've already done a lot of things on CRK for today, but we'll see what else we could do. So without further ado, let's pause that. That was the Operation theme from Ace Combat 4 Shattered Skies, a fantastic Ace Combat game on the PS2, one that really allowed the Ace Combat series to take off, by the way. So Really enjoy that game. I'm hoping to finish that game. I think I got to like mission 8. So let's see here. Get the audio up. Let's see here. And here we go. This intro, oh, it still hurts every time I see it. So first I'll ask you, Obsidian, were you able to get to sleep last night? Because I only got maybe 3-4 hours of sleep. Like, oh. And in fact, I had the plush to bed with me last night. That's how much that story hurt last night. So, let's get back into it. All right. Yeah. Okay. But go ahead. Who did you get into Gasha? Because I really want to hear what you got. Okay, it's gonna take a little bit for the game to load here. Also notice that my webcam might not be interlined correctly. Maybe that's just me. Might just be me though. Alright. So I've already done most of the majority stuff. I know I gotta do the Monster Menace because 11 o'clock is when that resets. So let's start with no, I did not have my roommate so tightly. It's definitely not what happened. Oh dear. Whoops. Oop. Alright, so let's do chapter 5. Also, let me know if the game audio is too loud, because I've, again, adjusted the desktop audio from minus 10 decibels to minus 4.5. Wait. In the pick and choose, I got Awaken, Pure Vanilla, and Eternal Sugar. That's actually not too bad, especially if you're trying to get Pure Vanilla to max Awakening or max Ascension, or both. So let's go ahead and continue on. We'll start first with... Oh, right. I'm overloaded on biscuits.
I won't fail this time.
So, let's see. Go to that. Oh, and then we'll quickly break those down. And here we go. I don't think I've done the pick and choose. Maybe we might do the Gasha tonight, because I've got, like... I gotta kind of have to concentrate here. Okay, that makes sense. But I've got like over 150 regular cookie cutters and about 160 Destiny cutters. I've also started using the Express more often. I've been getting a lot more stuff than I usually get from my hour-long sessions in the morning. To add that to the block list right there. Alright, so that's done. Express. Morning, so you really don't have much time to really do stuff in the game. That's fair. Alright, let's keep this going then. Alright, that'll do. Okay, so we gotta do chapter 5. Then, let's see, next should be 623 and then 1215. So, 2 of the chapters are in the Burning East, or Burning Spice arc, I cannot speak. There we go. Simple enough. Gotta do it one more time.
Such strength in a single feather.
6 more times. I feel like that's not enough. Alright, let's see here. There we go.
Your demise will not be in vain.
Actually, I did want to see the stuff you did with the characters, because I think you did... Okay, yeah, you did. Alright, and then you've got the additional details on your cookie character. Alright. And someone actually commented on this. Alright. It's pretty good, actually. Just thought I'd do that quick while we're still in the middle of sorting that out. Alright, I think that's 2, so we just need to move on to 12:15. So let's go there. Alright. Okay, fine. That punk was not wanting to go down. There we go. Yeah, it's definitely not enough because this god is somewhat responsible for bringing a version of humanity to extinction.
I do not expect forgiveness.
I think the biggest tip I can make regarding BIOS is try to put it into a Word document and work your way there. Start with what you can and then add as you go. That's kind of how I did Ranger with Ranger, is that I started out with kind of a basic summary of stuff and then made changes as I went while also getting feedback from others on it. Because one of the biggest things you want in a bio is a lot of feedback from other people to help flesh it out, make it not only believable, but something that can work very well, and then it can help establish a role for your character in whichever story or arc you want to put it in. So I would say start with what you've got and build upon it. Treat a biography like a structure. You've got to have a foundation, and then you got to have all the details as you work your way up. That would probably be my best advice regarding that. Okay, was that 1 or 2 attempts? I might have just done 1 and then been an idiot. Yes, I just only did 1. Alright, so we'll need to do this one more time. Put myself a little bit over here too, so I'm not blocking White Lily Cookie. I really need to find a better way to make her visible on the camera though, because I'm like trying to stream on a... Yeah, this one enemy's being really annoying. Also, I'm wondering if you're hearing me spam the keyboard, because of my webcam, you could basically just hear me go. You could just hear my keyboard going clack 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 clack, which probably was really annoying.
Your demise will not be in vain.
All right, so that takes care of that. The Monster Menace part is done, and let's see. I wanted to check our events quickly here. Okay, this is probably up to 3. Yes, it is. Okay. And then I gotta get the remaining points. We might actually do the trials in the Netherrealm before we kind of cheese this. Okay. We also got the 2 options in the Exploration Marathon, so that's good. Okay, but the Monster Menace was part of why we're streaming tonight. The other is to clean up the timeline of fate. So what I mean by cleanup is mainly the logbooks. We've got chapters 1, the opening through chapters 4 done, but I've still got to do 5 and 6 and then chapter 7. So we're going to do that tonight, get everything cleaned up for those so that they're 100%. That way everything's ready to go by the time we do chapter 8 in 2 weeks. All right, that's good, because for the biography, the biggest thing you want to do is make sure, if it's going to be based on like a canon arc, have as much knowledge as you can on that canon arc, and then make sure the way you work your character in makes sense from the scope of things. So it's not like just the character appears out of nowhere. Rather, you need to make sure there's an explanation for how they end up there, as well as how they interact with the other characters in that arc. Okay, so let's see. I need to... Right, I didn't get... So on the Chapter 5 stream, we got every single relic fragment. On the Chapter 6 stream, we didn't get a single one. So we'll need to do that first. And then the other thing we need to do is we need to kick Corrupted Wind Archer's ass. Turns out I actually have the correct setup, I think. No, I have to have Millennial Tree, it looks like, instead of Hullaberry. Where is, yeah, Millennial Tree. It looks like they intended to balance for HP and amplify buff, debuff resist. I'm actually using a bit of a guide video to help us along with that, which is going to be a little bit weird. Okay, so they also had amplify buff and debuff resist apply, which are two attributes I don't usually use. I just don't find them very useful, but they might have a use here. We will see. So we'll do Millennial, and then Anina's Dragon's the other one. Then it looks like Timekeeper, then Dark Enchantress, then Sugar Swan. So let's see. All right, that's our... Okay. From action is everywhere. Okay. And then the toppings are the scroll, the Yield necklace, and then it looks like the other watch, the TBD watch. So looks like that's going to be our setup. They're about 5.9 mil. I'm at 5.6. And it looks like we're going to get 3 uses out of the Word of Life. So we'll have to... I'm planning to save the Word of Life uses for... how do I say this? We're going to save that for when we get to the boss fight. So let's see if we can do this. This is going to be difficult, but I welcome a challenge. Nope. Okay. All right. Okay, I'm gonna use it right as I hear him fire that bolt. That might be too soon, honestly. This might be, I don't know. This is gonna be. I don't think. Oh, we got it! There we go! Yes! Alright! That was... Oh. We did it! We've now 100%ed Chapter 6 of the Timeline of Fate. Alright, whew. That was still pretty tense. Again, we've got 3 minutes to get through the level. So being able to beat that, really happy we were able to pull that off. So... the thing is, we got to get 15 of these. So I think I've got to do it. So 10, 13, 16. So I've got to do this 3 more times. And also hope we get the 8th fragment along the way. Otherwise, we're going to have to go to a different level and cross our fingers and get it. Because one thing I don't like about the fragments is it's completely random on whether you get them or not. I think it probably is an RNG number, like it rolls a number when you do the level, and then once you complete it, that number is rolled to determine if you get the fragment or not. They can't handle boredom. He needs to be doing something, otherwise he's not fulfilling his purpose. Ironweak doesn't want to unpack the fact that he fought against 3 whole worlds alone, and how the storm rendered most of his world to ruins. It did heal, but it took a long time. Yeah, Magic Hurricane would definitely do that. So yeah, we'll see if we get it. If we get the fragment along the way, then all we'll need to do is just okay. Alright, here we go. I think what they're intended to do, as soon as he starts doing that big damage attack, then you're supposed to use it. That's when I need to use it. So if you notice their health started dropping rapidly, that's the time to use the Dragon Tongue attack. There we go. So you have to time the attacks for when he does his, there's a specific attack that you have to watch for. When he does it, that's when you use the sword or the skill. Because when you do that, it basically reduces the damage of that attack completely so it doesn't kill your team. And it allows you to counterattack with a lot more damage output. So if you time everything, you got to listen for both the audio cue and the health bar cue. As you notice, right as it was happening, Anina's dragon and a few other cookies started to rapidly lose health. As soon as you see that happen, that's when you use that skill and then continue to fire off skills. But yeah, we got it done. We're gonna keep playing. We're gonna do this 2 more times. See if we get the fragment. If not, we'll move on to another stage that allows us to get the 8th fragment. We'll go 8, 7, 6, and 5. So we'll go backwards in the stage as we go. There we go. So watch for the cue on the health bars. You'll need to listen for an audio cue and a health bar cue. There it is. There it is again. There it is. So, I don't know if you saw the cue, but it's basically, you'll start to see those crows circle around your entire team, and you'll also hear a audio cue along with your health bars of your teammates starting to drop rapidly. As soon as you see those crows starting to circle your team, hit that skill immediately. It basically acts as a counterattack. All right, so we got to do it one more time. So pay attention. Again, it's an audio cue and a visual cue, as well as a health bar cue. One. Oh. Okay, the cue. There's the cue. Kind of started laser focusing on Dark Enchantress Cookie. There is again. There we go. I think I actually did the last one too early, but we still finished them off. Yep, we still didn't get the fragment. But with that, we have gotten all of the Endless Night Glimpse logbook amounts. We need to get 15. And actually, depending on the difficulty you beat the boss on will determine how many of these you get. I believe story is 1, normal is 2, and hard is 3. So you want to do hard mode if you want to get it quickly. We actually just got breaking news from the MLB. We will check that shortly. Let's see here. So that takes care of. So it does one thing, few things. One, that gives us 3 stars on the Golden Dragon's domain, which gives us 1,000 crystals. By most from this federation, but he will do whatever it takes to make sure not a person gets to see today. Okay, we got 2 actually. So we got this. What was the second one? Oh, we get 600 Radiant Biscuit Doughs. That's really helpful. And then we got to do the 4 pieces to get 10 Soul Stones for a Ninus Dragon. So with that done, I'm going to go to a different level. Again, we're trying to get these relic fragments. What I find is that you're just going to have to play the level until the game finally decides to give you the fragment. So sometimes what I'll do is I'll just pick a level, play it on hard mode, and just keep playing until I get the fragment. So let's see if we can get it here. Well, I got a completely different team. I might have to redo my team because this is not the correct team. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and exit out because we got the wrong team. This is... It gave us our team from the previous chapter instead of the one from this one. So I got to get that corrected. So let's leave to get our character selection done correctly. This is our team from Chapter 7. That's not the correct team. So this is also... I think this is from Chapter 4. Okay, so if I remember correctly, it was Millennial Tree, Timekeeper. Where are you, Timekeeper? There you are.
The cogs have stopped. Do you know why?
And an Ninus Dragon in place of White Lily. Someone in his job description, the Federation kind of molded him and others like him for specific roles. Heroes. That's what genetic modification does to a population and abilities. Yep. The unlikelihood is the trillions because somehow we have not lost the war even though we're fighting these fronts across the Milky Way. Okay, that... okay. That... Alright. That should be the correct team setup. Let me see. Okay, I see it now. Alright. We need the what was it? The necklace and the TBD watch. Okay. Blue necklace, TBD watch. Where's the TBD watch? There it is. Okay. Just make sure we have everything matched up. Nope, it switched me back to the other one. Okay. Then that was Whistle, and then the other watch, which I'm surprised that actually worked as well as it did. Okay, this one has... Okay, we do have the necklace. We need to swap over to the TBD watch, and then I think it was the scroll we had. And there's our team. Yep, that's correct. Now let's roll. I don't appreciate that. Yeah, that's essentially like a freaking instant win button. Yeah, that skill is basically an instant win button for the level. So what we have to do is we have to beat the level and then hope we get the fragment. If we don't get the fragment, we keep going. We try again. And we just keep doing that until we finally get the fragment. Ow! There we go. All the enemies are instantly vanquished. There we go. Alright, let's see. There we go. There's our fragment. Fragment number 8. So we got 3 more fragments to go. Here's the fragment. We know it's shiny, but hand it over. Alright, so we've got fragment 8. Now we got to find a level with fragment 7. Alright, here it is. Into the Eye of Disaster has fragment 7. And same drill as before. We're going to play the level until we get it. There we go. And all right. So yeah, you basically got to keep playing the stage until the game relents and gives you the fragment that you're looking for. Oh, give me a second. All right.
Hardly surprising.
Let's see. Does my title Freedom and Fate sound good, or should I change it? I'd say don't be afraid to experiment with the title. But as long as you have something that you can start with, don't be. That's good enough. But you still need to make sure to keep that title, or be open to changing that title if you need to, if you can find something better. It's kind of how I ended up with Ranger's Adventures and Unworthy Cookie. I had to start with, okay, we know it's part of the Ranger's Adventures series, but this is a completely different this is a completely different path where instead of Ranger doing well in his world just ended, and now he's in another universe where he has to survive in it. So that's where an unworthy cookie comes in, because he's failed his old world, his family, his friend, his close friend, and his communicate and his fellow aunt and uncle. He believes he's not worthy of having the armor that's on him, and thus now in this new universe, he's trying to find his purpose in a world where he feels like he does not belong at all. And this being the Cookie Run universe, and Ranger is formerly from a human universe, Ranger feels really out of place. And when he finds out that, you know, the witches are human-like beings, that changes his scope, and that's where his beliefs start to come out, albeit slowly, and he introduces it mainly to two ancients that have been open to him, and then it kind of spreads from there. But I would say with your title, start with that's a decent title to start with, but don't be afraid to change it based on like what you want that story to convey. Again, basically the unworthy cookie, my title, An Unworthy Cookie, is meant to convey Ranger's unworthiness of being not only in that other universe, but also being unworthy of the power that's going to ultimately be bestowed upon him. Okay, let's see here. Well, we still did get it, so we gotta, again, try it again. Yep. There we go. Gotta do it again. This is definitely going to be the boring part of the stream because I'm just doing the same level until I get the darn fragment. Yeah, it doesn't have to be a grand change. It just needs to be one that conveys your objective with the story, or the lesson you want the story to be about in your story. So Rangers is finding worthiness and belonging in a world that's not his own. I'm still not getting it. Because once you get the fragment, you can't get the fragment again. Go. Yeah, still not getting it. So, yeah, you just keep going, and it's really annoying. This is the annoying part of it, is that you just keep playing it, and then eventually the shard is going to have to be earned. still not having luck with this level. Also, I think if you change levels, it resets the RNG, which really sucks. Don't quote me on that, though. I just find you just pick one level and just play it until the fragment is finally earned. All right. No, still not getting it. It's so annoying. All right. Yeah, we're still not getting it. I think the longest I went on doing the levels without getting the fragment was like somewhere between 15 and 17 times I did the same level, and eventually I got it. But it was still a long time. I mean, thank goodness we have the skill here, so it makes it so that the levels can be done in under a minute, but still. It still adds up. Yeah, we're still not getting the fragment. Oh, this is terrible. You had to do the same exact mission 60? The most I had was 15. So, who knows? Maybe I get really unlucky. Don't like when my Apple Watch does that. That's really annoying at night. Nope. I figured that because it didn't sound like anything I would know from Cookie Run.
Hardly surprising.
Yeah, still not getting it. There we go. There's fragment number 7. 2 fragments left. Otherwise, pretty much my Saturday Obsidian was just trying to recover from last night. I mean, I was pretty shattered after that. After that, going through that chapter. We might be even more shattered by the end of chapter 8. We will see. But that's fragment number 7, so we have 2 fragments left. So now we need to find another level that has fragment 6. Oh, what do you know? Here's fragment 6. Take flight, Snapdragon. Same team. We still got the swords. Let's go. Oh, this bastard was late to his funeral. Well, he's not killing anyone. Well, if I use it early, what happens? Do we still annihilate them? Doesn't look like it. Kind of hard to tell. That wasn't a very good run on that stage, I'll admit, so probably we don't get the fragment. Yeah. I don't even know if there's a specific requirement for it. It just feels very RNG. Alright. Oof, that doesn't sound fun at all.
How marvelous.
There we go. Just got to keep going until the game eventually relents. I do not know how this enemy gets so far back there. There we go. Ah, bad time for a yawn.
I bring you peace.
Ooh. Okay, there we go. Fragment 6. So just one fragment left, and we will have, and we'll be done here on this part. So let's go find that, a level with the 5th fragment. I think it's going to probably be the mission of the delegate. Yep. It's going to be one of them. All right. Oh, this is the wrong team. What the hell? Yeah, this is not the correct team. I think this team might actually be forced. They broke the internet box and there was no internet for the whole month. Probably because the box is like over $100 last time I checked to replace. Well, I accidentally exited the level. Were they forced on? Let's see. Yes, they were.
Like it bitter. I understand.
Witness my cybernetic might.
Okay, it was just espresso and strawberry crepe that were forced. Probably then we can just do Millennial Tree and then nobody's gonna die.
Obey my call.
Alright, let's go for it. Ow! There we go. There we go. Yeah, I think this will probably work best.
I bring you peace.
Alright. Probably just gonna have to keep doing that until we get the fragment. Boom. Yeah, just staying focused right now. We're almost there, but
Bring forth my verdant
Yeah, that's a good way to do it. I mean, for Ranger, the main thing is when he ended up in the Cookie Run universe, his armor actually detects the environment around and actually forcibly transforms him into a cookie-like form. So basically, he's still stuck in his armor as a result of the damage from his EMP blast that he took. But in return, his form looks more like the cookie world. And the only ones that can detect him are the ancients and the legendary cookies. And maybe a super epic or two might be able to sense that, hey, this dude's got some weird things going on, giving off this weird scent that doesn't look normal. It definitely doesn't smell like a cookie. So that's one of the things I have with Ranger is that he has this. Actually, gonna focus here again. They die, and also they die before the dragon tongue thing actually activates. Oh, one of them goes down. There we go. I lost the strawberry crepe. And there's Strawberry Crepe's defeat pose, which is basically her throwing a temper tantrum on the floor. Alright. Still got to keep going. There we go. Actually, Espresso did not die from that, surprisingly. once again, Espresso did not die. There we go. There it is. The last fragment we need to complete the logbook for 5 and 6. Relic fragment number 5. I don't think the armors for both of my characters would do that. I'm pretty sure the dark fluid and the power of beyond would likely have a strange reaction with each other in the world itself. It would probably try to make a body suitable for the world, and the closest they got was the cookies, so they're now cookies. I'm pretty sure the potent smell of blood would be noticed. I would think it would also maybe change their signature to match the environment. Like, basically make it as much of a perfect disguise as possible, but, like, maybe certain cookies can't be noticed. As I mentioned, with Ranger, it's not just the signature. He also has dough fractures, because when he transforms, his transformation into a cookie was not perfect, because it was only basing the cookie dough off of, like, knowledge from previous entries, so it wouldn't have knowledge on how cookie dough in the Cookie Run universe would work. So Ranger, as a result, has these dough fractures, which are a conflict between his new cookie dough form and his human DNA. And so therefore, now these fractures are not noticeable to the naked eye, but they are sensed by beings that can sense life energy. So they would notice that Ranger's life energy is very abnormal, and he also gives off a sense that is not cohesive to, you know, the normal cookie environment. 10 over 23rd square root. And there we go. With that, we get the relic restored for Dragon Tongue Song, which is the intro screen image of Anina's Dragon and Wind Archer. And with that, we also get 10 Soul Stones for Anina's Dragon. And there we go. Unfortunately, the only place where nothing squared can actually form is inside of a Gravistar. Gravistar is essentially the third even stranger for the star that can be after death. Okay. Sorry, I just have to listen to this. This is such a beautiful song. And a great way to end the chapter 6. Actually, I got some other objectives. What did I do? Oh, okay, they just moved this down here. That's right. So I can finish this. That completes all the logs for 5 and 6. I'll have to do the same for, yeah, here it is, for 7 and 8. Again, just seeing this image, it's pretty damn chilling to see that title card. Alright, but before we go back into it, like, look at this title card, man. Yeah, I think they sing it in the Dragon Tongue language, and I don't know what it translates to either. Well, the only saving grace is we don't have to see the cutscenes, but as I said earlier, I am thinking I might put a poll out to see if we get enough interest for people if they want to see a watch party for Chapter 7, where instead of going through the game while getting the cutscenes, we'll go to, I think it's like the theater section. I'll show you where it is, and then we can watch the cutscenes from there. And then we'll just go through all of the cutscenes in Chapter 7, and I'll probably offer commentary as we go through. But for now, into Chapter 7. I think I'm going to go back to forward, I think. I mean, so basically the scars on them will be visible, whereas with my character Ranger, you can't see them with the naked eye, but you can sense them if you have like really good magic capabilities, or in the case of my arc, only the ancients and the legendaries can sense them because of the life energy that he gives off. I believe the title of this song is called Academy of the Witches, I think. Okay, let's remind ourselves, which fragments did we get? 1 and 3, it looks like, okay? We also have some enemies that we need to get. So basically, each time you clear a stage, you get 3 of each of, you get 1 of these based on the difficulty. I believe, again, like the others, it's 1 on easy, or 1 on story, 2 on normal, 3 on hard. So a few of these we can actually finish quickly. The others we'll have to wait a bit on. So let's go to a level that has 2. I just thought I'd come back here for a minute. Where did I leave that book I took with me that day? I can't remember. The aroma feels somewhat lacking. Because White Lily always put her special aroma in it. That's why he says that. Could we have lived ordinary lives had we never questioned magic? So basically, you could hear Pure Vanilla's regrets as he stands there. I think it's not so much questioning magic, it's how far one is willing to go to get the answer. And I think that's what we saw in Chapter 7. Shadow Milk and White Lily Cookie were not afraid to press boundaries and cross moral lines to try to get the answers they were seeking. And in turn, they either endangered everyone around them or endangered themselves, or both, in the case of what happened to the Academy. I mean, basically what happened, you had an entire school go from being active and students everywhere, teachers, to absolute silence. Like a bomb had gone off in that place. Except this was a magic spell gone horribly wrong. And all because White Lily Cookie wanted to find the first headmaster, unaware of what had happened to him, and the fact he was not where she thought he was. That is horrifying. Absolutely horrible. And for White Lily Cookie, she wasn't necessarily wrong. She just looked in the wrong place. And her spell, which honestly, that spell is terrifying. In order to make it work, she had to put herself in a freaking coffin. If we go to the image, it was the second image right here. It's like trying to understand it. That, I don't think that's a good analogy. I don't know if that's a good analogy. I'm trying to think if I even have one. But yeah, this is the cutscene. What kind of future might have unfolded if White Lily Cookie had never opened that portal? We may never know. Like, to me, I'm going to be honest. If I ever saw that, like, if I ever saw someone doing something like this, I would run out of the fucking building they were doing it in. Like, I don't know if it was video games or what it is, but I do have a fear of magic circles. Like, I see that and I immediately think demonic stuff. Like, I don't care if the magic circle is, like, elemental based or based on some tradition. If I see a magic circle, I am immediately assuming it's demonic. Like magic circles do terrify me, especially when you see them being drawn. It just looks like something that shouldn't be there, like someone just forced it onto the scene. And also the way she said it, this is a funeral for the world of ignorance, and a rebirth for a world of knowledge. I don't know about you. That is, as much as I love knowledge, having to try to make a world of knowledge through this, that's I don't like it. Yeah, that's true. Without this horrific event, maybe we don't have what happens in the game. Because this is one of two events that literally defines White Lily Cookie. The disaster at the academy and the fateful fall at the banquet of the witches. Both of those literally make White Lily Cookie the character she is. The one that seeks atonement. And in the case of Ranger's adventures, an unworthy cookie brings Ranger and White Lily together as platonic friends, brother and sister, fighting to atone for the mistakes not just of Ranger's past world, but White Lily Cookie's own world, and the mistakes even Ranger causes trying to save her. Like, I'm still working on the story because I want to get this correct, because I think I've done 2 renditions of the one-shot story I've got. And then I'm working on the debriefing where Ranger finally gives his testimony to not just the other 4 ancients, but to most of Earthbred. Like, it's a televised broadcast, if you think about it, like a major press conference. And Ranger basically explains his and White Lily Cookie's actions. And it ends with him making a very tearful and passionate statement to each of the 4 ancients about why he wanted to bring White Lily Cookie to him, and how it's eating him alive that he failed in that regard. He wanted to bring White Lily Cookie home, not only so that she could explain himself, but that both of them could, because they know they are directly responsible for for the events of the Cookie Run arc. So in this alternate universe, Ranger and White Lily Cookie are equally responsible, and Ranger wanted to be on that stage with her giving a testimony, and when she makes that sacrifice, he's left as the lone survivor, and he has an immense survivor's guilt among with other things that really test not only his soul, but his faith, and his very faith gets tested, especially when he gets bestowed a soul gem, the soul gem of faith, and you see his struggle to try to be worthy of the things graciously given to him, and how it mentally wears him, but he keeps going each and every day. And also, and I will say this, mean, I know someone's probably going to make the meme of moments before disaster. Because, I mean, you see White Lily Cookie, the magic circle, and the coffin with flowers in it. I don't think I've had a fear of claustrophobic spaces, but I don't know how I'd react if I got put into a coffin. Like, that's supposed to be where a body is laid to rest when their time has passed. Just seeing that, and seeing a young White Lily Cookie, a student, a kid, staring at that and saying, yes, I'm going to do this, that is terrifying. Like, yeah, it's implied that the ancient cookies with their soul gems apparently don't age, but this is before White Lily Cookie even has the soul gem. Her first tragic incident is as she's a child growing up. I just assumed selling was trying to get rid of me permanently, and for some reason had the money to spend for it. No, that's not. I don't know what you were talking about there. As much as I too love knowledge, this isn't how you share it without us. This is trying to force others to understand without having them willing to understand what you're trying to share. Basically trying to make the miracle happen and then trying to explain it afterwards, even though such a miracle is like a 1 in a million chance. Okay, let's see. Been staring at this for too long. Let's see. Which ones have fragments 2? Okay, Damage Research Archive has it. I guess they're all outside of the Academy because the music for Netter Queen's already playing. Alright, so this should be the correct team. The other problem is, even with the... we won't get the sword skill for this level until the third to last stage, till the final 3 stages. So it's going to be a slog trying to get these fragments, which is going to suck. Thankfully, we only need to get 2, but we also need to get all the other creatures while we're at it. Okay, there we go. Yeah, this is gonna take a while, and this is not gonna be fun. At least with Chapter 6, we could get the stage done in about a minute. Here, this is gonna take 2 minutes to 3. Okay, so you're kind of doing the stories all out of order, which I usually wouldn't advise, but I mean, you have the freedom to do it. Also, Obsidian, are you trying to chat through like a mobile device? That might be why your autocorrect is kicking in.
Did this happen before?
That might be what it is. Because I know if you're posting on mobile phone, it usually will have an autocorrect feature, which is kind of annoying. Especially when I have one on my iPhone 13. So you're only 6 stages away from completing episode 13. So you're basically trying to complete the Dark Cacao Kingdom one. That's one where you're outside the kingdom trying to get inside. Which also, you do need to be aware of the boss of that level. I need to remember how I beat it initially, but it is difficult. I tried turning it off and it just keeps turning back on. Bollocks. Alright, there we go.
Hardly surprising.
Okay, I'll need to do this stage 2 more times to complete the traces of the Magic Academy. Now, the Magic Academy traces, I'm guessing these are books that became malignant with time, or as a result of the rift. You know what? Here's probably what happened for these books. Some of the Wraith spirits, probably pouring out of the Tartarus portal, inhabited the books and turned them into monsters. So that's why you have these books with teeth fighting you. They're essentially Wraith spirits inhabiting the books. God, that bell from Nether Queen Cookie is just... it just makes me... fills me with dread. God, come back to us, Whiteley Cookie. There's a funny story about Loki. I think I've heard about that meme somewhere, about Loki not being able to lie his way out of a box. Well, that's something the TF2 soldier could probably do, stuff him in a box. Alright. I will say Asphodel Cookie's skill is so adorable. Just a big cat ghost that goes boom. Why not? It's adorable. Asphodel is really adorable. Well, like, I think in terms of character design for this update, Nether Queen looks amazing and Asphodel is adorable. Like, they nailed the character design with both of them, and the voice actors do a really good job with both characters. But we gotta keep going. Okay, one more roll and then we'll be done with the Magic Academy traces. Ugh, don't get me started on that. Some of the Greek stories are really creepy too. The other thing is, like, what makes White Lily Cookie my favorite cookie as well is she kind of lives the way I would want to live. On my own, finding the answers for myself, and then if someone is willing to listen, willing to sit down and talk with me, I'm willing to give them answers. Yeah, I won't deny that, Obsidian. And then you have God of War, where he just decides to make the Greek gods absolutely bastardizing, and then you just watch this one human man go absolutely apeshit on them. Alright, so we've got all 40 of the Magic Academy traces, but we still don't have Fragment 2. I think we're still going to keep going until we get Fragment 2 at this point. But this is why it's kind of annoying, because it takes 2 minutes to get through the stage just for one shot at getting the... Also, it even hurts even more, because if you listen to the music of the game, it's White Lily's theme as a battle theme. It just feels like a countdown to destruction theme. Like it's a remorseful dirge, and you know where it goes. Yeah, I'm still not getting the fragments. And again, it's going to take 2 minutes to get through this level. Hoping we can get some more people in this stream tonight, but I'm gonna guess that not a lot of people watch Cookie Run Kingdom streams unless it's like the major players of it. I know people will watch a lot of videos on Cookie Run Kingdom, but streams not so much. So there's also 2 of my favorite modern interpretations of 2 specific Greek kings. The version of Minos was a good king. He tried to give salvation to all men. There we go.
Did this happen before?
Unfortunately, both afterlives did not like what he was doing. He was in prison and his cities left abandoned, being overwatched by uncaring and unfeeling angels. Although I've also heard there's been a lot of discussion in the Cookie Run community about why the Nether Queen would need to have another candidate to replace her. And that's a really good question. I don't know if there's much explained about the afterlife and why they need to have a new, guardian or person to take up the guardian. I don't know if, and the thing is, I don't know if it's a good idea to do it that way to write off White Lily Cookie. When I think for a lot of people, she sort of endeared herself to a lot of people because of her personality. She's personally my favorite character just because she has a lot of Christian references behind her name and her character design. And not to mention, in I believe the South Korean version of the game, or she's referred to as, or even in the other, if in other countries, she's referred to as Saint Lily Cookie, which is actually a reference to a missionary called Saint Lily of the, what was it? Saint Lily of the Mohawks or something like that? I have to remember. There we go. I talk about White Lily Cookie a little bit, and there is fragment number 2. So one fragment to go for chapter 7. It's going to be fragment 4. Then we've got these others coming up here. Secrets within secrets. For me, the reason why Pure Vanilla is my favorite is because people like him are rare. Yeah, I would agree. Someone who tries his best might not always be right, but tries to do what is right. And is pure in heart, hence his name, Pure Vanilla Cookie. And I think, and again, that's why I think Shadow Milk goes after him. And this is kind of what the emphasis on Ranger's Adventures is again, we're trying to stay true to the Cookie Run story. So the main part of the arc starts after White Lily Cookie's death. So like the one-shot story is Ranger and White Lily Cookie in the Dimensional Void at the end of Beast Geese 15. And it's a lot darker than the video game rendition, where both of them are basically being tormented for their in the void. The void basically becomes like a hellish purgatory for them, where the Avatar of Destiny basically becomes the embodiment of Cookie Kind's wrath. As if you remember, the Avatar of Destiny, through the Premonition of Doom update and others, reveals that the Avatar of Destiny was created from White Lily Cookie's vestiges, the witches, and the souls of countless cookies that willingly surrendered their souls to this avatar as part of the St. Pastry Order's ambitions. For the Ranger's Adventure series, my idea is Ranger actually also is indirectly responsible for its creation, because when he travels, when the EMP bomb detonates on him and he ends up in the Singularity, his own vestiges scatter in the rift, and that ends up on the Avatar. And so White Lily Cookie and Ranger's vestiges combine with the power of the witches and these souls of cookies of the St. Pastry Order to create this abomination. And when Ranger and White Lily Cookie discover it, they are dismayed. But they also realize, we have to deal with this thing. We created this abomination. We have to deal with it. And they do exactly as what is done in the story, which is we're going to take this thing, we're going to deliver it to Dark Enchantress, and we're going to let them let out their wrath on her. Because she's now a witch, and we're going to make sure that witch pays for what she's done to us. But Ranger and White Lily Cookie, when they go into the void to retrieve it, this causes them to basically have their wrath unleashed upon them, which is kind of a bit of a reference to the Bible in a way, where both are basically on, like, frozen in the void, paralyzed, can't move, and just the wrath of Cookie Kind is poured out on them, and it's unbearable for them. They're basically kept on the precipice of death, but never able to cross over it because of the void, as well as their soul jams. And it's at this moment where White Lily Cookie and Ranger Cookie not only have to relive their most tragic memories, it also twists them into even more horrifying versions of them as a way to try to torment them into surrendering their own souls, and therefore, by surrendering them, they will eventually die. But their souls hold strong, they overcome it, and through the void, Ranger evangelizes one last time to White Lily Cookie, and she believes. And when that happens, they say a prayer, White Lily Cookie accepts, and her accepts the message of salvation. And for Ranger, it's a victory that he praises the Lord for. And then White Lily Cookie reveals the bombshell to Ranger. In order to defeat Dark Enchantress Cookie, she has to give up her life because, as we know in the story, the two are connected to the same soul. And if one of them dies, the other as well. And this breaks Ranger's heart because he made a promise to White Lily Cookie, and now he can't fulfill it. And now he knows after the battle is done, he has to answer to the other ancients. And this eats at him mentally because he's the one that had to survive this entire mess instead of both of them. He wanted White Lily Cookie to answer to her friends, and now it's got to be this person from another world who doesn't feel worthy of his power that has to explain it all on behalf of a former friend. A former friend he feels he let her die. Okay, I've talked enough. We need to keep going. Let's see. Which one has the most enemies? Okay, that's 3. Okay, here's all 3 of them. I think Blackberry Titanium would feel the soul gem of freedom. It's essentially a physical embodiment of what he's... This reminds me of a certain folklore from Russia. I believe it's essentially a boy and a girl. The boy was injured heavily. The girl tried to heal him, but failed? Here we go. We could do all the enemies here. I could have just done this. But we still had to get Fragment 2, actually. So we can actually do all the enemies here. And... the only option to save him was to turn him into the moon, and she had to join him in the sky, so he never felt alone or lost. It's quite a sad tale, man. Okay, was it this level that has the swords? Yes, it is. Okay, so we could do either of these levels, and we'll have the sword. But we also have to do the boss 2, which we were able to do, but damn, it was really close. Alright, here we go. Okay. Oh, shoot. Wow, that really cut down the time on this mission, down to about 1:11.
What a fun development.
So yeah, we're going to be able to do all of the enemies that we need to do. There we go. Go ahead with that idea. I'm all ears.
May I go back now?
Okay, that takes care of that. All right. Oh. There we go.
Hardly surprising.
Oh, I lost her. Well, we still got through it. There we go.
To the end.
Fragment 4. We have all 4 fragments for Chapter 7. So all that's left to do is to do the creature logs. 1 is done. We just finished the Chaos Soldier traces. We'll have to do 2 more times for the Chaos Trumpeter. And then we've got to do quite a bit for the Dimensional Rift traces. So we still have to do this level until we hit 40 on the Dimensional Rift traces, which I think we're at 24. We need 40. So we need to do this level 6 more times. There we go.
One step closer to the end.
So let's see here. Okay. Blackberry Titanium would be wary that they are kings and queens, but after hearing their ideals would be willing to work with them but get attached to ideals. Ironwheat would be slightly confused because the generation before him were called the Ancients, and sure they're not his species, but close enough. And likely reject their ideals at first. The ideals of the host were exactly followed either, nor did they exactly help when the storm arrived. But he would connect with them over the Dark Flower War, destructive monster, meet even more destructive monster. That's one way to put it. For me, with Ranger, okay, I think Blackberry Titanium would likely make the Ancients feel a bit concerned about some of his questions of the Dark Flower War, probably asking for in-depth of battles and casualty numbers. Ranger usually doesn't care about that until the after mission reports. So for Ranger, he would actually meet the Ancients one at a time, as is done in the story. So he would meet Pure Vanilla, then Hullaberry, then Dark Cacao, then Golden Cheese, and then White Lily. And it's when Ranger meets White Lily that his part of the story takes off. So mainly, that's why most of the Ranger's Adventures arc of An Unworthy Cookie mainly involves him and White Lily Cookie being the ones that have to undo the mistakes of their past. Dang, my ears just not feeling too good tonight. All right, where are we at? 27:39. So we got to do that one more time, and we'll complete the chaos ones. Okay. Okay, Chaos Trumpeteers are done. We need to do this level 4 more times for the Dimensional Rift Traces. There we go. Probably pair these two with the specific Ancient. Also, I think it would be funny to have Blackberry Titanium punch Shadow Milk. It won't be difficult for him. He can punch metal hard enough that it leaves not just an indent, but heat like white hot. He can also throw half-ton platinum bars with ease. Jeez. Looks like I've also got things to do in the kingdom, so we'll need to check on that after we're done here. Might be best to try to time this with the udder. There we go. Okay, 2 more times. Yeah.
You need not think.
And there we go, 40-dimensional rift traces. All right. First, we need to collect these. So we've done all the creature surveys for Chapter 7, and we've got all the fragments for Chapter 7. That just leaves us with the creature survey on the Nether Queen herself. But we also just hit 11, which means we get the defense effects for Chapter 7 for the TARDIS of Oblivion arcs. So additional damage resistance and HP. Alright. So now we take on the Nether Queen herself. And as we saw the last time we versed her, it came really down to the wire for that mission. And we'll have to see. So I might pair Blackberry Titanium with Pure Vanilla. I don't know who to pair Iron Wheat with. Iron Wheat. I would honestly think Hullaberry or Golden Cheese. That would be my suggestions. But I wouldn't have an explanation as to why. Alright, here we go. So I'm going to have to keep an eye on those bars for them. And use it wisely. Okay. I used all three, though. Hang on, White Lily. Oh, God. Oh, really damn close. Jesus. I don't think Hullaberry would be a good pairing. I haven't seen Golden Cheese's story, but what I've heard from you, she seemed to have suffered a similar fate to Iron Wheat. Yeah, she... I won't spoil it for you since you need to get to chapters 17 and 18. Yeah, be prepared because it is a bit sad. And also it also sort of explains why Golden Cheese has a disdain for White Lily Cookie, despite White Lily Cookie genuinely trying to make amends with Golden Cheese. I wouldn't say it's tenuous, but rather if you play the Cookie Odyssey series, you'll get the idea. Which, by the way, I need to do that. That's the one part of the story I haven't done, which is the Cookie Odyssey arc, which is an alternate story, and I haven't bothered to beat it yet, admittedly. So I do need to go back and do that. I don't know if I should make that a separate stream once we get past the Timeline of Fate. Like, I might do like a night where we actually go through the Cookie Odyssey, or at least where I left off with it. Because I think I got like maybe a day into it and then just really didn't stick with me. Okay, so each time we defeat her, we get 3 of these Nether Queen cookie glimpses. So that we need to beat her 3 more times, because we need 15. But this, I would say this boss comes down to the wire. I have to use all 3 just to take her out. Alright, perfect. Okay, there we go. Oh God. Oh God. No, 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 no. Yeah. There we go. All right, 2 more times. No, 3 more times. Bastard. I really hate it when I get like one enemy that like is on a sliver of health and he just gets pot shots on your team like that. Leave my white wood cookie alone. Come on. Ugh. Okay, one more shot. One more clear that we need. Go down! wonder if saving the swords for the second half of the fight might be the smarter play. There we go. Wait, you already cleared on hard. Yeah, I don't think you get the fragments or anything like that if you use time skippers, do you? I don't believe you do. So I just been farming the levels to try to get the fragments and everything. But yeah, we've just done the Nether Queen cookie, which means we now have the third and final effect, which gives us 12% attack. This will help a ton in the next chapter. Let's see. You actually do, really. I thought you couldn't. There's the steps. So we got 2 more to get. I really do want to get these soul stones right now, since my Nether Queen is not quite to the next promotion. And then some extra Radiant Biscuit doughs would be nice. So basically with that now, we've completed all of the logbooks for chapters 6 and 7. We are ready to go for when chapter 8 drops. Now, I believe if you play this on story mode, it will play the cutscene, or, yeah, the story difficulty, it will play the cutscene every time you play it. So you have to play normal or hard to not get the cutscene, I think. Bells being used for the dead is a relatively recent... Yes. The bells are used as a way of honoring the dead. Well, so let's see. I think the only other chapter I haven't done yet, like 3-starred, is surprisingly Prognosis Doom. I need to look up the setup for that specific chapter. I think it's the one against the Chaos Dragon. So I need to look that up. I think I had a setup, but it wasn't quite getting me to the kill point. Like, I would get close, but it wouldn't happen. But yeah, we gotta wait 9 days for the episode 8. And that title, this just sounds like a tragic title, and I am hoping it's not. Because a lot of the theories right now going around the CRK community is that White Lily Cookie is going to become the Nether Queen, and I hope that's not the case. But I'm kind of preparing myself for if that is the case. Personally, if she becomes that, I hope she's at least still able to go to the realm of the living. She won't be stuck in Tartarus, never to return. That would just break my heart, because it would break Pure Vanilla, who wants her back. As we just saw in Chapter 7, and life is not the same without her, and he can't let go. And Ranger is struggling with that as well. But here's the other thing. There's only 2 chapters after this. So what I'm guessing is after whatever the next arc is, which looks to be Golden Cheese and Burning Spice and whoever else it is, I'm wondering if there is going to be finally a break to the timeline of fate for a time. The Hanged Man, the Wheel of Fortune, the Chariot, the Tower, Temperance, the Emperor, Death. Alright, so with that, Let me see what I got in my kingdom. Okay, I've got the promotion for Anina's dragon. We've got, let's see here, the train. In fact, one of the trains is supposed to be back soon. Let's go ahead and get these trains back, actually. May as well. Alright, those trains are off. I think we've done all three. Yeah, so we're going to have to do the regular Crispia ones. Oh, that's really good. Oh, we just need to get one epic. Yeah, why not for Mango? Alright, so I need to change from Beastie, since I've used up all three. We'll go to chapter 18. Okay, what else do I want to check? Oh, the mine. Okay, yeah, this is finally done. This was probably done earlier, but I never got back to it. So I'm actually going to do something here. I am going to switch over to rares, since one of the objectives in the events, if we go to the events tab, okay, yeah, that we do want that first. So that completes this part of the Timeline of Fate events. Did that get us to 4? Oh, it did! Okay, so the Timeline of Fate chapters also count towards the world exploration. Alright. That's really good. Alright. And that's going to be 2,000. Yeah, we can't go any further. Okay, there we go. Complete mining an ore vein 20 times. And that completes section 1. Now for section 2, I've got to get 2 of these objectives. One of which will be done tomorrow, but I still have to do... I have to wait 3 days on this one. I know this one's going to take 3 days, I think. Yeah, 9. So it'll be 21 at this point. And then this one, I'm trying to get this one faster because ore veins in the mines, you either do the 6-hour or 12-hour ones if you want it to go faster. Oh, hey, Tom. Good to have you here tonight, man. Let's see. I need to do the rares, right? Okay, let's see. Let's see which ones on the rares we've got. Okay, we do need these. How much do we have right now? Oh, 12,000. We're still good on that, actually. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Let's just do all the Silver Kingdom cookies for this one. Milky Way. This won't be. Yeah, I'm holding up. Well, I don't know if you watched last night's stream, Tom. It's on my YouTube and on the Twitch. The audio's kind of shit, unfortunately. Chapter 7 was was absolute cinema, but my heart and soul are still are hurting. They're still hurting. My dearest friend is hurting. Oh, the Trials of the NetherRealm. I was actually going to do that tonight. I have extra tickets that I could use, but I have tried it. The furthest I've gotten right now is the boss of floor 8 because I haven't done a good job at doing a lot of my other cookies, unfortunately. All right, there we go. Did we do the train? Yes, we did do the train. Okay, our povidone iodine got done. Okay, so... Oh, right.
Will our paths cross once again?
Gonna get... Still trying to get White Lily Cookie's cookie chat affection up. Let's see. Alright, so let's see. What was I going to do? So we've done the Timeline of Fate. Cookie Alliance, we probably don't have any tickets for that. Don't have to check on those. I might do a few arenas before we head for the trials. What I do know is I usually don't do well against other teams with that have Nether Queen in it. Okay, there we go. Yeah, in some matches I'm not even doing a lot of damage. I'm just winning by being an absolute freaking tank that won't die. Inevitable. Okay. Yeah, this guy's got GM3 on his rank. Ugh. So yeah. Now, one thing I will say about the recent one of the quality of life updates that is really good from this update, you can now fast forward all the way up to like your best rank in the game. So like for me, I can actually get all the way to Grandmaster 3 before it stops doing the fast forward feature, which is really good. It used to be that you would only get to, I think it's like Elite 5. Once you get to the Elite ranks, you couldn't fast forward your matches. Now, you can get to Grandmaster, or I think it's your highest rank in the arena that you've reached, before the fast forward feature is disabled. And then once you complete the next season, it'll update accordingly so it can allow you to fast forward up to the next level if you've reached it. Okay, so we're going to have to wait 8 minutes on that. So yeah, this is it, the new mode, Trials of the NetherRealm, which I believe is actually going to be a permanent mode in this game. Now, my honest opinion of this Trials of the NetherRealm, I think it's a really good idea in terms of concept. The execution is a little iffy, mainly just because I feel like the difficulty curve, especially on hard mode, is too sharp. I think this, if I could give some feedback to DevSys, I honestly would make the, how would I say this? I think it needs at least one more difficulty level. I would have easy, normal, and hard mode. And also, if you use time jumpers here, it only goes up to the highest zone cleared. So right now, for me, the highest zone I've cleared is Sector 7. I think the highest number of zones is 10. And I don't think anyone's actually cleared Zone 10 yet. But you can correct me if I'm wrong on that. Now, one of the gimmicks of the Trials of the NetherRealm is you can only choose one super epic, legendary, or ancient. So if we pick White Lily Cookie, that hits our join limit automatically. I can't go further than one of these characters. So if I pick White Lily Cookie, I can't pick any other super epics or above. So you have to, and most importantly, here's another problem with the super epics and ancient and legendaries. Their stamina is stupid low. So I think they intended for you to save it as like a use an emergency where you're stuck on a floor and you need to use like a specific type, and you have that. I think the join limit should either be 2 or 3 personally, but I think the reason they did it as 1 is they thought people would cheese levels using like more than 1, and then go to a heal station, and the heal stations would instantly get your allow you to use the ancient again. You can go lower than 10, so that it is lower than 10, because I've heard people say they can't get further than 10. Like, I'm not sure if they intended for this mode to be like an endless mode, because I would say if this if hard mode's intended to be like an endless mode, I feel like at this moment the difficulty's too sharp. I think that if you're gonna make this an endless mode, make it very easy to start, like for the first 10 floors or so. Then beyond level 10, it gets notably harder until you eventually get stuck at a certain floor. Okay, so here's one thing of note. We do have a seasoned cookie up here. Well, 3 of them. Asphodel, Cream Soda, and Madeline are featured cookies, and they get bonus attack of about 50%. So we will bring them in. Let's see. Here's Madeline. Where's Cream Soda? And then where's Asphodel? The same improvements for the town. Yeah. I will say the music for the Tales of the NetherRealm, like, background is really good. Oh, there's Asphodel. Now you can also bring non-elemental cookies into the fold, but it's usually not advised, with a few exceptions. I know I will want Koingamon, because she's actually really good in this mode. It reminds me of the Glass Desert from Slime Reacher. I haven't heard of that. Slime Reacher? Let's get Peppermint. One thing I will say about Peppermint, I have not bought her with his magic candy, and that's gonna probably bite me in the ass. Menthol, Seltzer will also be needed. I tried to run a team with Jigay and Manju, but that also didn't seem to be very optimal. Also, with each floor you reach, you actually get an additional crew, or an additional slot. Okay, we will need Osmanthus, Golden Osmanthus. Sparkling will be needed, Silver Bell will be needed. Mango and Frilled Jellyfish will be needed, especially. If you get, I think you need to get Frilled Jellyfish to at least level 10, and I think you also have to do the same for Peppermint. And then let's get Cream Puff in here. I've heard people say running this dude is advisable, Purple Yam, because I guess his skill does a lot of knockback, and in some of the harder levels, you actually need knockback because the enemies hit like freaking freight trains. Literally. Okay, so we got the breaking. So there was some breaking news earlier in the baseball realm. Tarek Skubal has been traded, and he has gone to the juggernauts of the NL West. He is heading to Los Angeles, the Dodgers, in a trade. I'm waiting to get word on who exactly is included in that trade package. So Tarek Skubal is a Los Angeles Dodger, and it looks like he's primed to get into a team that is looking to three-peat in the major leagues. Okay, I remembered another one. Cotton needs to be in here. Then there's Cresson. Tom, if you're here, you're in luck. You're going to see Cresson in action. I've seen that Litmus can actually be good on a few levels. Okay, so I've got 7 more slots. Who do I want to throw in here? Oh, forgot Creme Brulee. Do not forget Creme Brulee. He is actually really good in this mode. Let's see. I gotta get a little bit of a sip here, my Diet Mountain Dew. Yes, this gigantic Circle K Polar Pop is full of Diet Mountain Dew. Sue me. Let's see. We could run matcha, but I feel like I've got too many grasses. Also, I feel like I don't have enough light, so let's do that. Let's also bring Captain Caviar, because I do have him maxed out. I might as well bring her, and then I'm gonna bring Manju and Shige, and then for our last slot. I have a feeling since my light types aren't really good, I might need Timekeeper. I know some people might say pure vanilla, but I actually find that healing doesn't work too well as you get further into the floor, so you need someone to kind of like hold the line. So I think we're going to try Timekeeper for this run. Alright, and most of the rewards are legendary stuff and beyond. Now my current rank right now is actually just outside the top 2,000 at 980,000. I basically made it to the boss fight of level 9 before getting stuck there. But enough babbling, let's head on in. But I love the way they do this. I've heard about it, but a lot of people, at least where I am in the denominations, they don't officially recognize it as a book of the Bible. I think it's like something called like the Book of Enoch or something like that. Alright, let's start with grass. I am aware of that. So we need a grass team. Let's see. I can always filter by my types. So for grass, let's do this angry MFer. Alright, there they are. I do need to do stuff with this angry man. Demonstration. He's always angry. But also, let's go ahead and get him the 5-star Ascended. I've kind of been slacking on that. And here we are, 5-star ascended for Purple Yam.
I've been through hellfire.
Alright, so he's already maxed out. I might use one of the skill powders. Let's see how far we can push him. Only up to level 39, so we actually do need to use a skill powder on him. So we will use the level 51. Let's see. Let's see here. Let's see, up to level 39. Oh, I need to get him leveled up. He's not even leveled up. Holy shit, I've been neglecting this dude. Alright, let's see. If we auto it all the way up, that's going to use a lot. So I do need to use one of these. So let's do that. That'll get him to 80.
No, I've been through.
And now we could get him to level 100 from there.
Survived hellfire.
Let's see. That gets him to 42. Alright, so then let's do level 50. And then let's go ahead and find something for us. So he's grass. What grass ones do we have? Well, this will work. Actually, this will work brilliantly. Almost 30% grass damage and both damage and crit resist to go around. So let's give that to him. And let's see. Filter by chocolate. What do we got? Actually, let's check the Cookie Run wiki while we're at it, and we'll take a look at Purple Yam and see what they recommend. Let's see. On the Kingdom parts, his recommendations are damage resist or raspberry. So either all in attack or defense, and it looks like you want him to be prioritizing damage resistance, attack, and cooldown. So let's do one with attack then. So we need attack, damage resist, and cooldown. Alright. This might take a bit because I gotta kind of fadangle through all this. Okay, so that's double attack, but it also has HP, and that damage resistance is terrible. That one's good, but I don't like the HP buff on it. This one's got good damage resist here, but it's got amplified buff instead of cooldown. But that's 5.8. That's actually really good. The attack of 1.8 just makes it 10.8. Which will work. We'll use that for now. Does the wiki have funny quotes like the Transformers wiki? I do not know. Okay, the cooldown on this one's really good. The attack's okay. The damage resistance is terrible. We may still opt to use it, but if the damage resistance is like under 3%, I don't want to use it. Okay, so then let's look for cooldown next. Oh, this one's really good. When did I get this one? Almost 2% cooldown. Yeah, this is perfect. Let's see. This one also works, but I don't like that damage resistance. It's too low, but we'll still use it. If we find anything higher, we'll switch over, but 1.8 on that one. I don't even know if he even crits a whole lot. You know what? Let's use that for now. Where was it? Yeah, we'll use that for now. And if we can find one... Yeah, I know this is kind of boring, but I kind of have to go through and find what we're looking for. That's really good, but it's not cooldown. May as well. Alright, and then for topping tarts, let's give him... What's our epic cooldowns look like? 4. May as well. So that gives us almost 50 attack, 12 cooldown, and 24 damage resist. Alright, that's not too bad. He also needs a... Yeah, it looks like there's some additional buffs that he gets if we create his magic candy, which I, again, haven't gotten to. What I usually like to do with magic candies is I'll actually go after one specific character, get enough to where I could just upgrade them straight to level 30. But that makes the problem of if I don't get the right cookies, they might be lacking when it comes to specific events. I think it just makes it so that he basically can spam this attack a lot more often. Let's see, what are we at for his attack altogether? So, 90% attack, 11% cooldown, 32% damage resist, 7.5 crit resist, amplify buff 1%, crit 1.2, and grass 24.3. I think I'm going to stick to the standard ones, which are scroll, whistle, watch. And let us go. There we go. Asphodel is really busted in this mode, by the way. Alright, there we go.
Did I do well?
Indeed you did, Silverbell. Okay. Next one is light. Alright, so now again we are filtering by light for this. Alright, so let's do, if I remember correctly, we want Koingamon,
Ready to risk it all?
we want Cream Puff,
Give up.
we'll do Sparkling,
Yourself comfortable over there.
Creme Brulee,
Pour my heart and soul into this performance.
and Madeline.
Do not know defeat.
Okay, let's see. I will say I think I definitely have the wrong biscuit for Koingamon, because I have a light damage, and I don't think I have a single... No, we have a light right here. Oh my gosh, that is busted! I don't remember when I got this, but that's... I think that's about 38%, maybe 39% light damage with 8.5 on the damage. That's pretty dang busted. When did I get this? You know what? I'm going to bet I'm going to have to use 3 guaranteed attunements to get this to work. Yeah, definitely looking like it. There we go. Yeah, I'm not letting that one go to waste. I mean, look at that. That is ridiculous. Alright, so let's see. Let's swap this one out. That's stupid good. I'm also going to save up my Radiant Biscuit dose. I'd like to reset this for maybe a higher number on the light damage, because I think the light damage can go all the way up to, 15%. So actually at 14.2 and 14.4, that's really good. So I actually think this is a really, really good biscuit. So that, my only concern then becomes her attack and damage output. Hey, go ahead and kick some ass and send those buggers back to the dirt. Why not? Okay, let's see. Do we have any other attack speeders? We do, but it's really bad. 5.8. We actually could break it down for start cores. That's kind of nice. Do we have any attack speeds higher than 8.4? We do. I think we only have... So let's equip it. 8.8. Everything else looks pretty good. Let's filter to see if we can find more chocolates that are better. I think for chocolates, I'm going to want to prioritize for Koingamon. KOU. Right, KOU. I just bumped my microphone. Sorry about that. You either want attack, caramel, or the almond. Okay, that's interesting. This one, what did I prioritize with her? Okay, I gave her just a bunch of the golden chips, which were damage resistant, cooldown. Maybe not. This does look a little scattered. Let's see. If we filter by raspberry again, let's see if we can find others that are a little better. So attack, damage resistance, attack speed. So I think we want to chop off a few crit resistances and then also try to find some attack speeders. That damage resistance is pretty damn low. This one's got attack speed crit. I think that'll work okay. And that's 6. That's max damage resistance. Okay. This has attack speed, HP damage resistance. Ooh. Darn my ear. But my cooldown is also way in the dirt. Find it funny to have more fake cookie cutters than specials. I'm guessing you're farming for a specific cookie if you're doing that. Okay, I think we'll do this for now. I don't like her cooldown being that low, though. So I'm hoping she hits so hard, like, we knock teams out quickly. They go with tanking capabilities. Attack speed, damage resistance, and attack. Okay. Attack speed 7.5 here. Damage resistance 11. Okay. What did I give him for a biscuit? Just a lot of cooldown. Okay. Trying to max pure vanilla. Okay, so you're doing the truth and deceit one then. Don't think I have any other light ones, which kind of sucks. That one's actually not too bad. Really good cooldown number there. Wow, that attack speed is ridiculous on that one. That might actually work for Koingamon as well. Good damage resistance on double crit and damage resistance. That's actually pretty good for specific situations. Double cooldown damage, good for the arena, but attack speed cooldown, crit resist crit. This one would work pretty well. Okay, I didn't need to do that. Let's see. I would reset probably for either damage resistance. Let's see. Damage resistance, attack speed, attack. Go. Okay, that's not too bad. I really want damage resistance then for the next one. Oh, this is not good. There we go, 8-9. So that's actually not too bad. You have 5-8 cooldown, about 17.8 attack speed. No, it's 17.9 and 8.9 damage resist. Let's level this up. There we go, all the way to 30. Like, this isn't a bad one either, but I think this one will do better on him. So that gives him, let's see, his damage resistance is only okay, about 11%. His cooldown's okay. Crit is decent at 10. Attack speed, though, and attack are really good. That attack speed one's actually kind of terrible. We definitely have a faster one than that. Yeah, here you go, 8.7. I might even swap in a damage. We might actually be better swapping in a damage resistance since his damage resistance is so low. We have a 10er. We also have a 9.7. Let's give him 9.7 since I want to save my 10s for like arena. And there we go, 20%. That's a lot better. Sparkling should be good. Creme Brulee. I need to get Creme Brulee to prioritize attack speed. And then we need her doing... Do we have any light? No. Oh, here's one. Light damage, attack. That's actually that's another good one. Let's see, for Cream Puff. Let's see. Cream Puff recommends crit, cooldown, and damage resistance. That one's got 2 really good stats. 1 good stat, and then just 1 bad stat. I might give this one to her, but we'll keep those stats around. I kind of wish we did have a critter, but it doesn't look like we do. Once I've done, I'll most likely do White Lily and Silent Salt. Please do. As I said, I love Awakened White Lily Cookie's outfit. I keep it default because she looks amazing in it. She looks like a warrior. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to force this through. Alright, and then let's reset the amp buff and see if we get damage resistance off of it. No, we just get a second max light damage, which is still really good. That gives her a light damage of about 30%, which is really good. You actually do want the specific elements in this point, but it does leave me worried for her damage resistance. Her damage resistance is only 16, which is not good. Let's see. Damage crit cooldown, crit resist defense cooldown. I kind of gave her okay ones. Okay, this one's actually works to her advantage. That actually is all the stats she needs, so that's actually really good. Crit damage resistance cooldown. Yep, that one's also good. Crit damage resistance cooldown. We'll need to swap this one out then. So let's go look for that. Crit resist, damage resist, attack speed. Yep, indeed. And also, when Ranger sees her Dawnbringer form for the first time, he is stunned. That damage resist on this one is terrible. 1-5. Okay, this one's better. Alright, let's do this one then. I think we'll swap out this one here. So damage crit cooldown, damage crit, and then the other ones are to her advantage. So that gives us 10 crit, 26 cooldown, 21 damage, and 7 crit resist. That works brilliantly. Now, do we have any light variants for this? We do, actually. What do we have on it? Triple cooldown attack speed. Okay. Well, we can't attune anything, so... Okay. There we go. Okay, so let's see. So for creme brulee, I think we want to, if I remember correctly, he is most likely, yeah, attack speed, cooldown, damage resistance. So we can reset for those. So damage resist, attack speed, attack, cooldown. That's too low. That's also too low. I mean, we may as well. We'll probably adjust that later. That one's got crit resist on it. That one's pretty darn strange. I think we'll leave that alone for now. Everything else looks about good. So I think for this one, we want the robes because Creme Brulee's attack speed will be boosted from it. We want the whistle, and then we want the watch. All right, let's go. I have a feeling we're going to hear this in the, we're going to hear this in the Tartarus region in Chapter 8.
Prepare a victory banquet.
Okay, that's done. We can either go for the fierce battle or the heal. I think the heal we're pretty good on. But that'll get us past and into the next area. Back to the grass team. Let's go. Boom.
Still angry.
We won, but he's still angry, apparently. Okay, back to light mode now. Let's make sure we got everything correct. Alright, time to face the animatronic over the seat. That is a lot of health. And he's dead. Alright, that completes Sector 1. Alright, Zone 2. We finally get to try out water. Let's go this way. So finally, for water team, let's do... frilled jellyfish. Menthol. And seltzer. Alright, and then let's see, how's everyone set up? Okay, we do want her on that. What type is that? That's... I don't think we have any waters, if I remember correctly. No, we do not. Okay. Then for him... It's got... Okay. Kind of forgot I went with Seltzer having no tankability for the ability to just spam her cooldown all the time, or skill all the time. Let me remind myself what menthol goes for. Menthol goes for water damage, cooldown, attack, and attack speed. Attack is good. Attack speed is not. Let's give the attack speed a boost on this one. And that balances everything out. Alright, that. And then peppermint. Ooh. Again, no water types for peppermint. But it's paper. Okay, so for peppermint, he wants cooldown, damage resist, and attack. Might give this one to him. Just so that he's constantly firing. Okay. Let's filter it out again. Cooldown, attack, damage resistance. He's got plenty of crit resist, but that's not what we're looking for. Damage resist, crit resist, attack speed, attack speed. Damn, this actually will work. That crit one is definitely not necessary, so put that on top. Damn, it does feel like I'm getting kind of squeezed in my ears. Trying to be analytical about what I'm picking here. I wonder what the other cookies would think. I honestly don't know. It's all dependent on the personality of what you're going for with your characters. That honestly works pretty well. Let's see if we can give him a higher cooldown than what he currently has. 2.3 is a little low. $50, okay. All right, there's our water team. Let us go. Absolute annihilation. There we go.
I simply followed their teachings.
Next node is grass-based. I do need to get Purple Yam to be stronger, but I don't know if I'm going to have the time to get him. Boom. Yeah.
May I go back now?
All right, light team must deploy. Just beat the piss out of a Hate.
You have a real wizard here.
Indeed. All right, Sector 2 boss. Grass type. Let's go. There we go. They were getting touched though, so that is a little worrying.
Did this happen before?
Now for Sector 3. Light team go.
Protect me! Protect me!
hear the crowd cheering.
Alright, let's see what this one gives us. Recruited Jigay. Alright. Grass again. So far, so good.
May I go back now?
Light. Alright. So we still... I think we've only deployed water like once or twice.
Protect me! Light, protect me!
Oh, nobody died.
You have a real wizard here.
Okay, here's water. Ranger would care a lot for the kids. There we go. All right, Sector 4. Standard battle with grass. I don't appreciate you doing that. Light. Yeah, it pretty much is just you keep going until you run out of gas.
Protect me!
Oh yeah.
Protect me! Light, protect me!
Bastards.
Light, protect me!
There we go.
You?
Pretend not to like them. Why would he pretend not to like them? Did he do something to him? Grass again. We've been mostly getting grass and light. No water. Very little water. Go back. Whew.
My light will never go out.
Indeed it won't, Cotton. Cotton is actually a really good cookie to start early on. But I would say she gets overshadowed by Star Coral. Heal. And now we've got finally a water fight.
How was your visit?
Very good, Mango. Very good indeed. It's just that Ironwheat is used to working alone or just working with someone if it's necessary. It doesn't exactly know how to deal with the child. That's fair. Ranger isn't too familiar with it, but he learns to adapt. Alright, we will need grass for this boss fight. This asshat. Excuse me. That's not nice. Boom.
My bell sings a joyful song.
Alright, Sector 5. Light, here we go.
Protect me!
Yeah.
Protect me!
She just... But he won't admit to being soft.
Protect me!
There we go.
Just as I willed it.
Let's go for the rift. Yes, we got a chest. Excellent. then we could do a heal. Actually, let's save it for the fierce battle with grass on the deployment. There we go. Light is in play again. Very rarely getting water right now. Whew.
You have a real wizard here.
I always go with heal all cookies since it's very unlikely you'll have to be in a situation where you're down a character. Grass again. We're getting close to 3 a.m. and I will have to end this stream soon. There we go. Well, Ironwheat was abandoned in some forgotten ruin when the storm came in to hunt humanity, so being soft is being weak to him.
Still angry.
I love that victory quote for Purple, yeah. Okay, so now we need to do, like, that's right, we've got the boss with corrupted dark cacao cookie.
Protect me. Protect me. Protect me.
There we go. Though I lost half health to injury. Alright, Sector 6.
Watch
Yeah, the main attacking cookie here is going to be menthol. Rift is next. We got... Okay, Cotton will get her activity points restored. Another light. Alright. I don't appreciate you cheap shot punching, my guys. And there we go.
With you, there's always a victory.
This one's a water. Alright, let's go for it. Okay. Holding up so far. Alright. Another rift. Okay, good. Then heal the team up before the fight. Oh, gonna do water again. Ugh. Two different ends of humanity is screwed. One is fighting a war on three fronts, the other is on the verge of extinction. I think this boss did give me some trouble. It's not looking like we're gonna one-round this target. Yeah, we're gonna run out of time on this. Now here's an interesting thing.
My prayers were not enough.
So here's an interesting thing. If you fail a level, you actually don't have to restart it with the boss at full. So depending on the stage, if you fail a level, for normal battle modes, you restart from the wave you were on when you got defeated. for bosses like this, you actually resume with the boss's health where it was when you got defeated. So this makes things in the Nether Trials a lot easier. I'll demonstrate. So we just restarted, and look at his health when we respawn back. And there we go. Theos, for some reason, likes King Candy. I mean, it's fitting, but why is he here? Alright. We are now in Sector 7. And I actually take the eastern route here. This level here is not beatable for some reason to me. So I will usually go the Fierce Battle route here. Grass, right, let's go. There we go.
My bell sings a joyful song.
This is light. Up. Oh my lord. No, we might lose Koyamon here. Yep. Okay. I think we might drop here. Oh, just barely. Jeez. I'm probably going to say we're a few minutes out from ending because I do have to be in town tomorrow about 11 o'clock, so I do have to call it in about a few minutes here. This was mainly a stream to make sure that the audio issues that we had in the last stream are corrected now. I will review the footage once this stream concludes. We're going to go as far as we can, though, into the tower here. I'm actually going to go this route. Normal battle with grass. Now, I don't know if we will stream. I'm going to put a poll on my YouTube channel later this week for feedback on if anyone wants to see a Cookie Run Kingdom watch party for Chapter 7 of the Timeline of Fate. Okay, there we go. keep going this way.
Protect me!
Bastards. Gotta get at least one of these bastards to fall. – 60 seconds. There we go. Yeah, we're gonna run out of time here. These bastards just will not fall. Alright, so we'll need Koingamon to be alive and not crack like an egg.
I can't believe I missed a note.
Alright, and as you see here, we start from the very wave where we went down.
Protect me!
Get out of here. There we go.
With you, there's always a victory.
Alright, let's get past Sector 7 and I think we will end it. This is a water fight. Alright, let's go. There we go. Didn't lose anybody this time. Though we did get low on the clock. Now for the boss of Sector 7. I think it's either 7 or 9 where this boss gets stupid. Might just be right now. "30 seconds. We've only got his health about halfway down. I could get at least under 100 mil. Under 80. Alright, one more shot at it.
I won't cry.
We got this, Silver Bell. Get up. We got this. We can mourn White Lily after the fight. Target down. And there we go. That is Sector 7 cleared. And heading into Sector 8. And this is where we will stop. It turns out you can actually save your progress and come back later. All you got to do is go to the close symbol here, this blue X. We're going to hit save and leave. And that basically will allow you to come back later and continue where you left off. And so with that, we've made it to Sector 8, which is the highest zone I've cleared to this point. And we'll get to clearing that zone hopefully in the next either stream or while I, go through other modes. Let me check the castle now.
So fragile, yet so sweet.
So let's check our event counters. Okay. Okay, we've almost got all the objectives for the Netherrealm mini-pass done. So, 3 more slots to add. Play with an element cookie about 13 more times, and then same thing there. Using a healing node, 25, alright. Well, look at that. Got another chest of legendary tarts. We'll take a look at that later. Okay. And there we go. Just let me take one last look around the town to make sure we're not around the town square, make sure we're missing anything else. Okay, I think we got all the... Yes, we did. Okay, good. I was not sure. Just wanted to make sure we did. We'll probably have to save the gashas for a different stream because I think our gashas right now are now up to 11,000. There. 50 here, 161, 166. I've yet to do the pick and choose. I might save that for the next stream so we could actually show that. We've already got the other outfits. I've already done that. I think I already did that today. Let me make sure. Yes, I've already got those. Okay, this is back to being available, which I don't know if I'll use that. Alright. And then, let's see. Well, it looks like we're only going to be able to do one arena battle, but yeah, that's fine.
Hardly surprising.
These other ones... Well, we could probably try this one out, actually.
Spring forth, my verdant will.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be it. I can't really think of anything else we need to do. So I'll go ahead and close that out. And let's see. What would be my So yeah, I think that's gonna be it for tonight's stream. So what I'll do later today is I will post a poll to my YouTube channel asking if people would like to see a watch party for Chapter 7 of the Timeline of Fate. Since the last stream had pretty bad audio, I really want to do a stream where we actually get to watch the story, since we've already gotten through it and 100%ed it. So we'll go watch the cutscenes, and hopefully I won't explode into a crying fest. I might not, but if we get enough feedback on that, we will do it. I just gonna have to figure out when we'll do it. Likely it will be probably the coming Friday at like 10, but we'll kind of figure it out from there. Hey, I'm looking forward to seeing how you put it up, Obsidian. Take your time with it, and just try to be creative with the story as you go. Now, regarding Chapter 8 of the Timeline of Fate, I am going to make an announcement about that, actually, before we go as well. Let's see if I can get this up. Don't know if this is going to look right. We are going to go to MLB.com. And we are going to go to, not schedule, which one is it? So let's go to MLB Game Day /webcam, window capture. We're going to go to this one here. And then we're going to go to the, so we're 2 weeks out. So the next date would be the 14th. And if we start our game at 10 o'clock that night, we might be able to do another MLB Ambitious stream with a very good matchup from Dodger Stadium, which will be a rematch of last year's National League Championship Series between the Milwaukee Brewers and the LA Dodgers. I honestly am considering doing another Ambitious stream, but we'll have to wait and see if I want to do that. It may just be a regular Cookie Run Kingdom stream just to avoid the distraction of another baseball game, because on our previous stream, we were only halfway through the chapter when the baseball game concluded. So I'll have to take that into consideration if we do decide to stream another MLB baseball game, but just something on my mind. It may be official. We'll find out as we get closer to that date. But yeah, I'll put up a poll tonight if anybody's interested in a Chapter 7 watch party. And again, we'll just watch it. We won't play the game. Well, we won't play through it, but we'll just watch the cutscenes as we go. But yeah, we'll keep notes on Brewers Dodgers. We may make it official that we will be covering that game while doing Cookie Run Kingdom Chapter 8. But we will see. But for now, it is 3 in the morning. I've got to be in town about 11:15. So with all that said, this is where the stream ends. Appreciate everyone that stopped by. Made sure that the audio checked out. And we will catch you guys in the next stream. like this stream if you liked it, disliked it if you dislike it. Leave your feedback in the comment section below, and we'll see you guys on the next one. This is Sound Effects 09, signing out.